So in theory, you guys should be able to hear me, right? All right, very good. So we'll let the last of the teams come on up. If we haven't met yet, my name is Kevin Ross. I'm the founding chairman of First Washington, and I do all sorts of other things in First. And welcome to the Bardeen League. Who knows who James Bardeen was? Anybody? Probably the most important, one of the three most important people in history. James Bardeen, William Brattain, and Shockley. I can't remember Shockley's first name. These are the three guys who invented the transistor. The transistor, which is the basis for everything that you've done, is the single most manufactured thing ever. The current estimate is they have made 8.9 sectillion. 8.9 with 20 zeros on the end. It is an insane number of things, right? So anyway, that is our namesake. He was actually my childhood hero. And so if you ever get a chance to check out the history of these guys, they're pretty interesting. They invented the transistor in 1948, won the Nobel Prize in 1954, and then William Shockley is the only physicist to ever win the Nobel Prize twice, because he also invented superconductors, right, in 1972. Interesting fellow. All right, there's your history lesson. Let's talk about today. Who's brand new to this and has never been on an FTC game before? All right, there's plenty of us. I'm going to walk through really quick how we're going to get you on and off the field. All right, so you all got a match schedule. You can see by the field, this is the Blue Alliance station. It's taped in blue. That's the Red Alliance station. This is where you are going to be parked. And by the time you get out here, Lloyd is going to go get 4 of our stools for holding the controls. That would be awesome, okay? So there'd be a spot for you to put your controls there. You're going to hang out at these tables. That is the blue queue. That is the red queue. So we try to get the next team up. So for those of you who've done First before, we're only queuing one team deep because there aren't enough teams, okay? So this has the potential of moving way faster than you think, because you're going to get off the field and you're immediately going to have to get back on the field. So if you look at the match schedule, you will see that there are a number of 5-minute breaks, and that's because otherwise a team would have to play back-to-back matches. That happens when you have this few teams, right? The league, our state grew. We have way more teams than we used to, so we had to split events in half, and that's why the events got suddenly smaller. They will continue to fill out, all right? So pay attention to our distinguished key volunteers. It turns out that Kevin Singh is our MC. Hey! Laura Dooley, that is your head referee. We also have Austin and Beth. They are your penalty referees. Yay! And Samarth and Ben are going to be your scoring referees. Yay! Thank you all for volunteering to do this. The other key people are, that is Sid in the stealth shirt and Lloyd. They are your FTAs. Lloyd will take care of everything mechanical with the field tape. If you find an issue, check with Lloyd. If you're having control system problems or unable to get your robot to connect, that's Sid. Does that make sense? We'll be here. We're going to help you guys through this. And if you're having more problems than that, you all met Jolly Jim in the bright yellow hat. He is our control system advisor. He will work with you out in the pits. Sid normally stays on the field, okay? So those are the key players. I will also be here to sort of get things kicked off and running, and then the other volunteers can take over, all right? Now, here's how it works. When you're on the queuing table, you're waiting for one of the FTAs to wave you over, and you're bringing your robot, your controls, your charged batteries, and you are going to remember to put on the correct alliance signs on your robot so that your colors match. Right? Everybody's got a red set and a blue set? Good. All right. You're going to bring your robot over, and as the blue alliance, I'm over here. You get to set your robot on the floor, but it has to be touching this wall. It cannot be inside either of the taped zones. Aside from that, you and your alliance partner will need to figure out where exactly you're going to be, okay? You may put your controls here. If you don't want this, we'll take it away for you, okay? And same thing on the other side. Please remember that we are all volunteers, and so we are not professionals at any of this, and honestly, this is the first time we've run the game as well, okay? So if while you're standing here, if you believe something is wrong out here, please say something to us, and we will check it out for you. We can't do anything after the match if you say, oh, yeah, but that block was in the wrong spot. You need to help us check that, and it's up to you to make sure that everything looks good on your side. Is everybody clear on that? So we kind of need your help on that. All right. The game, you will then be told to press initialize on your robot to run your autonomous code or your teleop code, okay? So if you don't have autonomous, just initialize your teleop code. And then one person gets to use one finger so that when we count down and say 3, 2, 1, go, you hit the play button on your autonomous code and you take a little step back. You are not allowed to do what? Touch your controls, touch the robot, right? At that point, it's all hands off. You may, I believe Laura Dooley will agree with me, you may, if doom is pending, you may stop your autonomous code if the world is about to end. That is correct? You can stop your autonomous code for any reason, but you may not restart it. Yeah, but you can't restart it. Yeah, right? Does that make sense? So if your autonomous code, if you need it to stop, you can hit stop, but you can't restart it until teleop. Good? How am I doing? Then at the 2-minute mark, you will hear a train whistle, and the computer will say, drivers, pick up your controls. And there's an 8-second countdown for this. You have time to pick up your controls. If you need to play around with your settings or whatever, you're good to do that. And then it will count down. 3, 2, 1, go. And then how long do you have to drive? 2 minutes, okay? At the, you can also listen for a train whistle again at the 30-second mark. That tells you that we've entered the end game period, okay? And then at the end of the game, you do not have to hit stop immediately, but you have to pay attention. Stop driving your robot. You may not control anything, okay? You basically, mentally, you're putting your controls down. Do not press any buttons. Do not make your robot move, or there is a penalty that you will be smited with. Smiting, yes. We do not want to smite anybody with any penalties. Okay? All right, no worries. Yeah, so driving your robot after the end sound is a penalty. Don't do that. Could be a penalty. All right, yeah, so they'll deal with that. All right, now, yes? She's going to go through that. The referees are going to come up here and talk in just a sec. She'll go through that. All right. Key thing, don't jump on the field and do anything. What's going to happen is the scoring referees and the head referee are going to evaluate the final score. They will tell you when you can come out and get your robot off the field. Does that make sense? So please stay off the field until instructed to do so. Then, when you do, if you have any of our blocks, any of the blocks or any of the stuff off our field, please, 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 please leave it. it's really a nuisance for us to go track that stuff down. Does that sound good? All right. Now, while there's a match running, the next teams will be put in the queue over here and over here. Callan and I can't remember who our other queuer is, but we have a couple of people who are going to be helping to get you guys out here. That's sort of the flow. If you looked at the schedule, we are going to run 6 matches, which means everybody's going to run twice between 11 and noon. We're going to take a half-hour break for lunch and or robot repairs, because, yeah. And then we're going to run another 6 rounds, and then we're going to take about a 20-minute break for robot repairs. And then we'll finish out the day. We should end around 2:20. How are we doing? Making sense? Any questions? Don't ask me anything about rules of the gameplay, but do you have any questions about how to get on and off table? It's field, yes. If you wouldn't mind going behind the screen, because we have so we have a camera. That is the live stream, by the way, if you want to send that to your friends. So this camera is headed down that way. So please don't stand here, right? Because, right? You can pass by, that's fine. But, yeah, so go behind the screen. Thank you for asking that. Other question? Dallin. Did I say Dallin? I meant Dallin. Dallin's doing queuing. Sorry. I have 2 team members, Dallin and Callan. Interchangeable. All right. Good. So with that, the other thing I want to tell you is we really want to try and, can we do 20 minutes or less? Yeah. All right. Sounds good. So here's the plan. We are going to run the first 3 matches at about 10:35. They are practice matches. They do not count, but I want everybody to get a chance to come out on the, and we're going to load you on the field just like we're going to do during the game, okay? So at about 10:35. If you're not ready to run and your robot needs help, you can skip it. But I highly recommend coming out and trying the field once. Does that work? And remember, we're also training our volunteers. We haven't run this game either. So that's the purpose for it. So we're all going to take a couple of practice swings before we actually start the matches. You're going to play 6 matches today. The top 5 count. Yes? Yep. You'll do them again. We needed the 3 matches. It was just the easiest way for us to figure out how to do it. Make sense? So everybody gets a redo on the first one. All right. With that, allow me to introduce your head referee, Laura Dooley.
I hate these things. Okay. I hate headsets. Can you hear me? Yeah? Okay. All right. So welcome, everyone. How many of you have a robot that moves? Great, you guys are one up on my team who's frantically working in the shop for our competition tomorrow. So all you coaches out there, I know exactly where you are because I'm here and they're working. So I know how you feel. Congratulations on getting here, on being here before it started pouring, if you got here before it started pouring. So my name is Laura and I am your head ref today. This is my 2nd event this year that I've head refed. So, and I've worked with everyone on my crew before, and some of them were with me last weekend at Ritchie League Meet, and that was a lot of fun. So I'm going to go through some important stuff, and then I will take questions that you think is relevant to everybody here. If your team has a very specific question about something, I might ask you to come to the question box that Beth is occupying the throne right now. Never had that one before. Anyway, so this year we have a new competition manual and a little bit of a new format. It's closer to the FRC format for those of you who are in that. Make sure that you're reading and checking those team updates. Whatever is in the manual as of Team Update 5, which came out on Thursday, is what we're going by. question and answer questions that aren't cited in the manual are superseded by the manual. If you have any questions, I would love you to come with your documentation in place. I'm happy to look at it. However, if you do come up with a phone, I'm going to ask you first and let you know that I can't view photos or video. My own child would always come to the question box with a phone because that's where he kept his manual. So I get that. Okay, a couple things here. So this tarped off area is for our drive team members only. So I should not have coaches or extra people down here on the field. I know it's tempting when your team is in queue to have 12 people there trying to help or talking strategy. It's only the drive team members on the tarp, and you need to have your safety gear on. That means you need to have safety glasses, not just your regular glasses. They must have either side shields or be the kind that cover over glasses. You must have closed toe and closed back shoes. You cannot wear Crocs on the field area. Crocs need to stay in the stands, as do any slides or flip-flops. If you come to the field with any of those, I'm going to send you away to change shoes with somebody. So if you're on the drive team, make sure that you have the correct shoes. Your shoes need to stay on at all times, including if you have to get onto or off the field. Do not take your shoes off to get on the field. That is a safety issue, no matter what your home rules are with your field. My team takes their shoes off to get on the field so they don't track stuff on the field, but we don't do that at meets. Okay, Kevin went over our match flow. So let's talk briefly about scoring. When you're scoring your samples, you're scoring them either in the net zone. That means that they break the plane and the tape is part of the net zone. So you could just have the tiniest bit of the sample on the tape, and that's considered scored. That's in the zone. Does not need to be completely in, just in. Same with your baskets. Your specimens score on your low and high chambers. They need to be fully supported, either by the rungs or by another scored element. If they're not securely on there and someone runs into the submersible, they can fall off. So keep that in mind. When you park, the only parking area that is scored is your observation zone. That's your human player area. If you go to park in your net zone, the scoring ref who's there might greet your robot, but it does not count for any points to park over there. So keep that in mind, that only parking in the observation zone is scored. If you are doing in autonomous, you can do a level 1 ascent in your ascent zone by touching that by being in the ascent zone and touching that lower rung. Level 2 ascent, where you are on the lower rung and not supported by any other field elements, is for the end of the teleop period. And your level 3 ascent, you must be fully above the level 2 rung to do that, and you cannot go directly from the floor to that upper rung unless you jump. Remember that your samples here, we've got 2 different types. We've got your neutral sample, and you've got your alliance-specific sample. The alliance-specific samples can be turned into specimens by putting your clip on there. These can be turned into worthless pieces of plastic if you put a clip on, because they're no longer a sample and they're not valid for scoring. So, not recommended. I'll take questions at the end. You cannot control or possess your opponent's samples for a greater than momentary amount of time, same with specimens. Okay, if you are ascending, remember that you can only ascend in your alliance area. So blue is on the back side here, red is toward the audience. And you need to start from outside the submersible zone. So your chassis needs to stay outside the submersible zone until you have begun your ascent. I went over the levels. And the only way you can contact the high rung is if you're touching the low rung, or as I said, if you jump. I haven't heard of any jumping robots this year. Yet. Okay. A couple things to remember this year. At the end of autonomous, You need to make sure that your op mode stops, or that you stop it. You should have your 30-second timer. You are welcome to stop auto early for any reason. If something's starting to go wrong, it's not a penalty to stop your auto early, especially if your robot has a sample stuck in it and is trying to pick up other samples. You don't want to get those penalties. It's okay to stop it early. Or if it's going haywire, please. You have that power this year without getting a penalty. G405, your robot has to be motionless between auto and teleop. That means that you can't have a servo twitch, you can't have a motor go, you can't have a claw spring open. If your robot does that, you need to wait until go to start it. Okay? Because it is a major foul, I believe. Yeah, we would look it up. So make sure that you know that. And then at the end of teleop, your robot needs to be motionless. Technically, teleop ends when the timer reaches 0. The sound effects are a grace period, but they're not official. So if you're still standing there holding your controller or playing with it, and the robot's moving at the end of teleop, it's going to be an unfortunate thing. So make sure you put your controller down. We recommend pushing the stop button. That has to be pushed before anyone gets on the field for safety. So I recommend, as soon as the buzzer starts, that you go and put your controllers down and hit stop on your driver's hub. All right, controlling samples and specimens. That's G410 and 411. If you're controlling 2 of them for a momentary period of time, that's still a minor penalty. If you control 3 or more, or you frequently control 2, that is a yellow card. Momentary, or greater than momentary is about 3 seconds, so a greater than momentary time is greater than 3 seconds. Make sure you do not control your opponent's scoring elements. That means all of these, if you're in the Red Alliance, you're not controlling your Blue Alliance samples, or if there's a clip attached, your Blue Alliance specimens. Exception is in the submersible zone. You can dig through to get the color that you want. If any of you have a vision processor that pulls your samples through to process them, you can pull it through and out the other side. That's allowed inside that submersible. Okay. And then in your net zone and in your observation zone, you cannot enter your opponent's net or observation zone. Last year, how many of you played last year? Okay. Remember that you could not get in the wing, you could not swing through the wing, and that was really hard to navigate. We have a wider open field this year. I haven't had an issue with that. But just make sure that red, you're not going through the blue zones, and blue, you're not going through the red zones. That includes if your robot dies anywhere, it still accrues penalties. So be aware of that. And in the ascent zone, your climbing robot is protected. I did have a robot, because this side of the field is blue, but that side of the ascent zone is red. Last week I had a robot die on their side of the field, but at the opponent's ascent zone. And so at the end of the match, the opponent did get a level 3 hang because the other robot was in there and touched them while they were hanging. So keep that in mind and be careful where you drive. Please die someplace convenient for you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Humans and robots, watch out for each other. How many people here would like me to give them a yellow card? Exactly. So, no shaking hands with your robots, no high fives. When you are reaching into the observation zone, make sure there is not a robot there. It is going to be much easier for the human player to judge where the robot is than it is for the drive team who's over here and excited. So human players, this really falls on you to make sure you're not reaching in there when there's a robot in there, because this year you can be reaching in and out. You can be working during autonomous and teleop and during that transition period, but you cannot contacting a robot is even worse. But do not break the plane of the field in the human player station if there is a robot in there, unless we have declared it disabled. I'm the only one who can declare a robot disabled. Human players, if you have a robot that seems to have died in your human player station, you're calling for the FTA. You want them to yell FTA? Yeah, we usually yell FTA. Be empowered to do that. Because even with 5 of us watching the field, we don't always see. You're the one who knows you need help. It's great to yell for the FTA. And then if the robot is not coming back to life and the FTA advises me of that and the teams advise me that, I can declare it disabled so that the human player can still play in there. It still accrues penalties if anything occurs. But let's get that started early if your robot dies. Okay. Horizontal extension limits. You all should have passed or be close to passing robot inspection. Part of that is that your robot cannot exceed 42 inches, 20 by 42 inch extension limit. So that means that if you're reaching forward, plus your frame perimeter, you cannot also reach backward the same amount unless that's all less than 42 inches. So make sure that you're staying within that. I did have an issue last week, and I don't know if any of you have thought of this, where a robot was at full extension high and it fell over. And then it was outside of its extension limits because that blocks the field for people. So this year, if you're up and you fall over, you could be outside those extension limits. So be aware of that. That's a change. It doesn't, actually I don't know if it's a change, but it's different from the FRC rules. All right, a couple last things. This is not combat robotics. Don't damage other robots. Play nice. We want to play all day. We want to play League Meet 2. We want to play interleagues. How many of you also want to play semifinals in states? Nobody? Oh, okay, great, good. So don't damage those. Those people want to go. This year, we have the same idea with our pinning rules as before, but it specifically says there's a 5 count on pins. Pinning is preventing an opposing alliance robot from moving, accessing, or exiting an area for an extended period by obstructing all paths of travel. If someone is in your way and you can't go the way you want to go, that's not pinning or blocking. That's defense. So unless all routes are obstructed, that's not a pinning or a blocking call. I don't think I've ever called blocking. I've started pin counts, but I don't think I've ever called a pin. In FTC, I've called them in FRC. So just be clear on that. And then the last one is, remember, again, don't use strategies that intend to shut down major parts of gameplay, such as blocking off the entirety of your opponent's net zone or something like that. There are very few this year with this wide open field. And I think that's all I have for rules. Okay, questions now? Yes? I would have to look up and see what they are, but there's no score to them. Okay. Okay. Yes. As long as you're a robot, we'll consider. You may not hang on anything. Your robot can, but you can't.
If my robot were to hang on the second row,
Yes.
and I were to not clear the first row, what would that count as?
That I believe, is that level 2 hang? Level 2 hang? Yeah, that's a level 2 hang. Yes, you're allowed to go anywhere. The ascent zone is not protected until the end game. Yes. I can't hear you.
Can an
You mean can an operator and the driver switch controls and do the?
Yeah, someone can go with like driver has a gate. Can someone also change the tele off, which is not required?
Oh, absolutely. You mean work the driver's hub?
Yeah.
Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm asking the student behind you. Is that what you mean? Okay. Yes. Anyone can work the driver's hub for starting teleop and auto and stuff, and that is including the coach can push those buttons. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So how it works in the league meets is that you're going to play 6 matches in League Meet 1, 6 matches in League Meet 2. The best 10 of those count as your score. So it's not necessarily that 5 or 4. So if your worst 2 matches are today, you won't find out obviously until after League Meet 2. Those will be wiped from your score. We play 12 and it's best 10 of 12 for rankings. You're going to play 6 today, and the 10 that advance from the sum of the 2 league meets won't be determined until after League Meet 2. And that only gives you your interleague tournament rankings. So, yeah. Yes? Anytime after the match, anytime after the beginning of autonomous. That's a great question. So you're going to start with what's shown here, 2 colored and 2 neutrals. If you have a preload, you're going to get it from your human player station, not from inside the submersible. So that's kind of a strategy you need to work out with your alliance partner. Does that make sense to you? Okay, cool. You're welcome. Further questions?
I don't think there are any because we were just running the rest.
Let's go.
All right.
Woo!
Here's what I need you all to do.
I don't think we're doing field inspection.
All right. So, everybody's doing a good job getting on the field. Remember that your robot needs to be touching the wall on your side. All right, so once the robots are put on the field, you may preload one scoring object onto your robot if you'd like. That is an optional step. The scoring object that you're going to get comes out of your pile. No. It comes out of your driver's area. There you go. So everybody caught that? So all of these teams are currently preloading their objects. Okay, now we're looking for our referees. There they are, looking all stripy and things. Where's Beth? She'll be back in a minute. All right. Okay, so that was a very successful load of the teams. You can see all 4 robots are on the field. We're checking. I see power here. I see 0 power lights here, which means your robot is not on. That's an important step. So we will try and help you out with that. Okay. So
Is it loaded up? I can pull it up if it's
Yeah.
got the stuff on there. Okay, cool.
okay. How's it going? Everybody feeling good about this? Let me point out a few things. This is Ben. That's Samarth. They are the scoring referees. So if you're wondering what the hell is that random guy doing standing there, these are referees. I forgot to bring their striped shirts, okay? Their job is to, as accurately as they can, try and keep a real-time score. Is it going to be perfect? Not all the time. Don't worry about it. We will get the score right at the end. At the end of the game, if you think something is seriously wrong, please mention it immediately so that we can take steps to correct it, all right? Please don't yell at them. And all of those corrections are going to be done at the end of the game. We have a question from a driver over here. If you do not have an auto, please initialize your teleop and just let it sit there. Okay? I think most of us don't have, all right? So now the process is relatively straightforward. The MC, I'll play MC for the moment. I'm going to say, drivers, are you ready? And I need all of you guys to give me a thumbs up.
We don't do that this year.
We don't?
Once they initialize, we're ready to go.
Okay, I forgot. We changed it this year. If you've hit your init button, that you're telling us you're ready to go. All right? So if your init button is hit, we're ready to go. There we go. Referees, are you ready?
Kevin, I
Oh.
need you to log in for this.
Oh.
It's not what I'm thinking.
Oh. It is,
Is Kevin's
No, it's not.
bank?
That's why I've-
oh, this is mine.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Here, you can have this one.
That works. I can go to, I should be able to go to headref from here from the event home. Yeah, I should just be able to go to headref.
That one.
It's not logged in.
It's not locked in as headref. Hang on a sec. I think I logged myself in on one of these. Here. It's up here. You should be able to log out and log back in. Okay, sorry. Again, we haven't done this before either, so everybody is chilling. Thank you so much for being in the queue properly. Thank you so much for being in the queue. Everybody picked up on the name badges. If it's the case that you need to swap name badges and there aren't anymore, come see me. I've got some clip-on ones that we can use to swap you out. And Cool. We're waiting patiently for the thing I forgot to do. Sorry. The head referee is logging into our system here. Go to the switch, the video switcher. Hit the message button. Once again, if you have people at home that would like to watch, that's where we're streaming. And so they're welcome to tune in and watch. They'll get to see what you see on the screen. And hurry up and wait. We good? So now go ahead and switch back to to the match control. All right. The teams are ready. The referees are ready. Almost ready. Good. Smart? Ben? FTA's ready? Referees ready? All right, teams. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go. Ooh, we have autonomous action happening over here. And I'd like to point out that these robots are running perfect autonomous code. The robots weren't supposed to move. You'd be surprised. But yay, perfect autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Okay, at this point, if you haven't stopped your robot, you can go ahead and stop it now. All right. So you guys are doing exactly the right thing. You're waiting for instructions to get your robot off the field because the scorers are still evaluating things. So perfect job. Are we done?
Yeah.
Are we submitted?
We're not submitted. Blue is not submitted.
All right, and the results are here, and you can do a hit post and commit and post. It's in the upper right-hand corner. All right, thank you. As we worked out a few issues, and the results are in. And the Red Alliance won with a score of 131 to 15. Blue may have racked up a few penalty points, but that's okay. It doesn't really count. All right, teams, you may now please safely get onto the field and pick up your robots.
Make sure you're anything.
Code is stopped before you enter the
We did. We're looking for Quill.
Right here.
Oh, there they are.
Yeah, they've been standing.
We are doing a driver hub reboot. It will take just another moment. I'd like to point out that here's how this tournament structure works. We're actually playing a qualifying tournament today and next week and the 20. So we're playing today, 6 matches. We play on the 16th, 6 matches. All of that combines with the match that we're going to play on the 21st of December. And so it's a 15-match event. We just spread it out over a month and a half, right? So we're playing 6 times. We're going home, fix some stuff, come back, play again. So it all counts as one big event. On the 21st is the event that all of these scores get combined, and then we do the highest ranked teams get to pick their alliance partners for a playoff system. So that hopefully that made a little bit of sense. So there isn't necessarily, we won't be declaring any sort of winner today. That will happen on the 21st. There's also no judging at this event. There's no judging next week, but there is judging on the 21st of December. And we will be playing what's called the Interleague Championships. So that's when the judging happens. All right. We have all the teams are initialized, ready to go. I am waiting for a thumbs up from our referees. Scorekeepers ready? Did you load the next match? And then show. Oh, there we go. And then the next button over. Perfect. I like it. I've got thumbs up from us. All right. Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go. And 3 robots in autonomous action. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. So in case you're wondering, some scores were made. There's one score and a logo over there. And also Smelt 221 152. They're parked in the driver's
Drivers,
station. That was
pick up
actually
your
worth some
controllers.
points.
3, 2, 1.
All right, teams, go ahead and retrieve your robots.
Make sure to grab any specimens inside your robots, please.
Yep, if you have any blocks inside your robot, please pull them out. Leave them on the field. Field reset. Come do your magic. Field reset. Magical people. All right. Blue Alliance, take the field. Red Alliance, take the field. That's my team. I'm sorry that I put an extra delay in, but I haven't been able to work them yet today. All right, here they come.
I'd have to look at the rules. But I don't.
All right, everybody's hit the net. We're good to go. Everybody's got a play button ready to be pushed. Outstanding. Referees got their thumbs up. Scorekeeper, 3, 2, 1, go. And we have Once again, we have 2 robots doing perfect autonomous, exactly what they're supposed to, and the other 2 also did exactly what they were supposed to. During autonomous mode, they get points for being parked in the human player zone, or the, what do they call it, observation? Yeah. Observation zone. I should know the words. I don't know the words. Words are very hard. There's a lot of them.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Let's go. All right, my mic is working. All right, let's go. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Bardeen League Meet number 1. If you're wondering who I am a less important Kevin. So that's important Kevin, and I'm not important Kevin. All right, enough introducing. Red flag, red flag. What's everyone? Okay. All right, so important Kevin did not introduce who your teams were, so I will. So let's start with introducing your Red Alliance teams, starting with 25531, a family community team from Mercer Island since 2023. It's Lo-Fi. Joined by their alliance partners, it's 18282, family community team from Redmond, Washington, competing since 2020. It's Wires to Spark. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 13648 from right here in Cedar Crest High School in Duval, competing since 2017. It's Jankbot. And finally, they're joined by their alliance partners, 23305, a family community team from Bellevue, Washington, competing since 2023. It's Creative Minds. I hope the drivers are paying attention because the head referee has given the thumbs up signal to begin this match. All right, drivers behind the lines. Your match starts in 3, 2, 1, crescendo. Oh no, wrong word, wrong word, wrong word. Okay. I'm so sorry. I need to refine my vocabulary. All right, take 2 this time with the correct vocabulary. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! Robots in motion, that's a good sign. Well, one robot in motion moving, making their way to park in the observation zone. Again, every match begins with 30 seconds of pre-programmed robot instructions composed of pre-programmed paths, pre-programmed motor instructions, pre-programmed any camera vision using the use of AI, of those April tags, and AI. So far, with 7 seconds to go, we just have one parked robot in the observation zone, and that should count for 3 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of driver control period now begins, and we see 3 samples in the air, and one of which is a specimen that's going to go on the blue low chamber, and that should count for 6 points. Not quite as it falls down, but they're going to try again. Over at the red high basket, we see 2 neutral specimens. Those each count for 8. With 1 minute and 37 to go, it is a 22-2 lead for the Red Alliance. Wires to Spark once again scoring another, what should be another high specimen sample in the high red basket, and here comes your alliance partner Lo-Fi making their way to score a red sample in their low red basket for 4 points. Here again, we see another attempt to score that blue specimen onto the blue chamber. That also falls down, and we're going to have to wait to see another successful attempt another time. Red Alliance once again making those scoring efforts at their baskets. 1, 2 in each of the high and low baskets for 8 and 4. With 50 seconds to go, we currently have a 53-2 lead. Creative minds working their way to create some more specimens and hopefully trying to score those onto the blue chamber at some point. But once again, we see the Red Alliance continuing to score more samples to the red basket as we hear the nuts guitar riff. It's a train whistle, and we see these final scoring efforts. Blue specimen on their observation zone. That is getting picked up by Creative Minds, and they're making their way to the blue chamber, hopefully to score it this time finally. This is their 3rd attempt, so we're hoping to see a successful attempt. With 10 seconds to go, Wires to Spark making their last high red basket, and there is Lo-Fi making a level 2 climb as we sustain the final 1 second. And that's match time. Current scores are 77-12 for the Red Alliance, and your referees will tally up those scores. Your scores are up on the screen. Here's the robot with that yellow sample analyzing the match results. It goes to the Red Alliance. Current high score is 137, which is much higher than I saw at Maxwell for 133. We're going to see if it can go any higher. All right, all 4 robots are on the field, so we're going to begin introducing your teams. Starting on the red lines, we have 9330, sponsored by the Boeing Company. They're from Arlington High School in Arlington, competing since 2014. It's Neobots 1. Joined by their red lines partners, it's 21229, sponsored by Microsoft, Google, Apple, and T-Mobile. Their family community team from Bellevue, Washington, since 2022. It's Quality Control. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 11138, sponsored by Microsoft Corporation and the Boeing Company. Their family community team from Bellevue, Washington, since 2016. It's Robo Eclipse. And finally, they're joined by 22152 from right here in Cedar Crest High School in Duval. Since 2022, it's Smelt. All right, head referee has given the thumbs up signal, so drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 robots in motion already. We have a yellow sample attempted to go into the blue highest basket from Blue Alliance robot. Robo Eclipse, not quite, and they pick up an imaginary sample. Over on the red lines, we have Quality Control going for 1, 2, and here comes the third neutral sample into that red high basket. Those will each count for 8 points as we conclude the final 5 seconds of this autonomous period, and we have 2 level 1 climbs, presumably.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Many things happened that match, and we're going to see a whole load of other things that are going to happen this match as well. Here comes Smelt with an attempted click on with that blue specimen. Not quite on the blue chamber, but they're going to try again as they shuttle over a blue sample over to their alliance partner to score that blue sample as well. Quality Control looking for samples in the middle of the field. That is the submersible, and they're going to bring that over to the red high basket. As it stands, it's 1 minute and 25 to go. It is a 95-23 for the Red Alliance. Robo Eclipse continuing to collect those samples courtesy of their alliance partners, and they're depositing those into the blue high basket, each for 8 points. And as they see right in front of them, there's 3 neutral alliance samples right there in front of them, and they're looking to collect all of those and score them into their own blue basket. It is true, we have 1 minute left to go, and every note is hungry for samples. Here is Quality Control with three red specimens on the high chamber. Those each count for 10 points each. And as the score scans, it is 45 seconds to go, 123 to 55. I just saw a yellow sample just drop and make its way over to the red side of the field, right in front of me. And we're also seeing Smelt looking for blue samples in the submersible. That is the center of the field. As we see potentially another high score with 25 seconds to go in the end game. Final scoring efforts by all the robots. Quality Control trying to make final scoring efforts to that red high basket. Final scoring efforts in the blue net zone. Those 2 samples each count for 2. As robots try to get on the climb with 4 seconds to go, we see a robot trying to get on the high rung. As time expires, we see... Not quite sure yet. We'll have the referees decide what the outcome that is. Your referees have tallied up those scores, and they are contained in this yellow sample. Red Lions victory for 166 to 77. And those two teams will take home those 2 ranking points to their league rankings. That will be it for match number 2. And let's see. This is match number... All right, so all robots are loaded in for qualification match number 3. So let's introduce those teams, starting with, on the Red Lions, we have 7760 from Cedar Crest High School in Duval, competing since 2013. It's Mishap. And they're joined by 18693, sponsored by the Boeing Company, Microsoft, Washington State University, and Snohomish County Parks and Recreation. They're with 4-H in Snohomish, Washington since 2020. It's 4-H Botsmith. Over on the blue line side of the field, we have 25531. Welcome back. They're a family community team from Mercer Island since 2023. It's Lo-Fi. And finally, it's 7759 from Cedar Crest High School in Duval since 2013. It's Autonomous Prime. All right, head referee has given the good to go signal. So drivers, you are ready to go in 3, 2, 1, go! 1, 2, 3 robots in motion, all making their way to Alliance-specific zones with Autonomous Prime looking to score an imaginary sample into their high blue basket. Meanwhile, in the Alliance-specific observation zones, we have 18693 and the other blue robot, 25531, Lo-Fi, in their respective observation zones. Those will each count for 3 points as we count out the final 2 seconds of Autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
As drivers taking the control for these 2 minutes of driver control, every robot is looking for a sample to collect. Here is Autonomous Prime. They get their yellow specific neutral alliance sample in their high blue basket. That one will count for 8, as every robot will be looking for more samples. There's a red robot, 18693 Botsmith. That neutral sample falls into their net zone. That will still count for 2 points as they make it their way to look for more samples to score. As it stands, there's 3, 6, 9, 12 samples still at their spike marks. We'll hopefully see those spike marks cleared of samples. Not quite sure what's happening on the red side of the field, but on the blue side of the field is Autonomous Prime. They have a blue specimen, and that goes on the blue high chamber, and that will count for 10 points. 1 minute and 5 to go. It is a 21-5 lead for the Blue Alliance, and we're looking to see if there's going to be any other scoring efforts. Currently a disabled robot, 25531, currently out of commission. We'll have a 2-on-1 power play for the Red Alliance with 45 seconds to go. We finally see Lo-Fi back in motion and currently entangled against the stage, but hopefully with 35 seconds to go, we're going to see another scoring effort from them. Here's another scoring effort from the Blue Alliance is Autonomous Prime with another blue specimen on the blue high chamber as they look to possibly climb. Red Alliance, we have 760 Mishap. They have a yellow sample that they will use their arm to hopefully climb, and that falls on the field. And on the blue rungs, we have two blue robots on the climb, one on the low rung and one on the high rung, as well as another climb from the Red Alliance robot, Mishap. We'll have your referees determine what those climbs are, and we'll have those match scores posted. All right. So before we get those match scores posted, the head referee is issuing a yellow card to 18693 for H. Botsmith for violation of G416, damage to the field. Again, that is a yellow card to 18693 Botsmith for violation of G416, damage to the field. Any penalty points are incorporated, maybe. The scorekeeper will publish those scores. That match goes to the Blue Alliance. Robots moving up in the rankings, notably to first place is Lo-Fi, moving up to league ranking number 1. Botsmith will hold on to that yellow card for the remainder of the qualification period today. talk right now. All right, let's go. All right, everyone, welcome back from lunch. How was it? All right, I hear Austin enjoyed his lunch. Anyone else enjoyed their lunch? All right then. All right, our drivers are well fed, and let's begin by introducing them. All right, so starting on the red lines as usual, we have 9330 Neobots 1. And they're joined by 23305 Creative Minds. And over on the Blue Alliance, they're one number apart. They're both from right here since 2013. We have 7760 Mishap. And one number below them is 7759 Autonomous Prime. All right, your head referee has given the thumbs up for this match to begin. So let's get ready. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 3 robots in motion, make that 4 as we see 305 Creative Minds try to score a red specimen onto the red high chamber. Not quite as it falls short of it. And they're going to make their way to push one red sample, and they're probably going to do another one. Quite possibly theirs too. Meanwhile, what the other robots are doing, we saw Autonomous Prime try to get a neutral specimen sample onto that blue high basket, falls into the net, and it will still count for 2.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A lot of things happen and a little bit of motion, but we're going to begin our 2 minutes of driver control. Your Blue Alliance robots, which are one number apart, they're going to work in tandem to make those scoring efforts into the blue basket. As we see Autonomous Prime, they're going to take that blue specimen for scoring into their chamber. Red line side, we have Creative Minds trying to once again score a red specimen onto the red high chamber. Not quite as it falls down again, but they're going to try again to pick up another one from their red observation zone. Neobots one, that's 9330, currently not in motion, but now they're rotating, so we're going to see some scoring efforts from them with the yellow sample that they dropped out. Creative Minds, their third attempt to score this red specimen on the red high chamber. Does that go in this time? Not quite, as that is in the robot. That may prove a little bit troublesome, as you're only allowed to hold on to one. 1 minute to go. It is a 9-3 lead for the Blue Alliance with already two blue specimens on that high chamber. Those should each count for 10. As we are also see near the blue net zone from Mishap, three samples in their net zone, as well as one on the low basket. Currently 9-11 for the Red Alliance with 35 seconds to go. Autonomous Prime currently trying. Thomas Prime had a little bit of trouble grabbing that blue specimen from their observation zone against the field wall, but they're going to have to change course and go for the climb. And as we saw, 1, 2, 3 robots going for the climb, make that 4. All robots trying to get on the climb with 13 seconds to go. Can they get off the ground? We see Mishap almost off the ground, but we also see Autonomous Prime off the ground. All blue robots are off the ground with 1 second to go. Referees will make the determination of which robots are off the ground, and they'll tally up those scores, and we'll have those match scores posted. All right, the referees have determined those climb positions, and here's the yellow sample with those results. Blue Lights victory for a 57-19 score for the Blue Alliance. They'll climb up the ranking points with those 2 ranking points, as Autonomous Prime moves up to the 1st in the league, as well as their partner Mishap moving up to 5th. All right, with all the robots ready to go on the field, let's introduce your teams for match number 5. Starting with, on the red side, we have 13648 Jinkbot. And their alliance partner, 22152 Smelt. On the blue side of the field, we have 21-29 quality control. And finally, we have 18-82 wires to spark. All right, we're ready to go now. So let's begin this match in 3, 2, 1, go! Already quality control with the blue specimen on that high blue chamber already. And they're going to grab those neutral samples at near the blue spike zone to go into their blue high basket. Red line said we had Smelt make their way to park in their own observation zone with 10 seconds to go in this autonomous period. Quality control is just going to eat all those samples and put them in their blue basket for scoring. With 3 seconds to go, they're going to contact that low rung.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
And we'll have your referees determine if that counted. Starting with 2 minutes of driver control, they're the blue alliance partner, that is 18-82 wires to spark, also making their way to score into the blue high basket and cleaning up after quality control during that autonomous period. Speaking of quality control, they scored another blue specimen onto that high chamber for another 10 points as they collect another one from their own observation zone to score another one. Red Alliance already has 4 neutral samples in their own net zone. Those will each count for 2 as their alliance partners figure out how to collect those red samples and at their spike marks. With 1:15 to go, it is 88-31 for the blue alliance. That high blue basket is starting to fill up courtesy of the blue alliance team's quality control and wires to spark. A little bit of commotion near the blue rungs. As we see wires to spark, they're looking for samples to collect from the middle of the field in the submersible, and they do get a sample from the submersible to score in their own high blue basket. Their alliance partner quality control, once again, they have scored a bunch of blue specimens. Those is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 blue specimens on that high rung. Those will each count for 10. As the red alliance does the same, we have Smelt scoring 1, 2, 3, 4 specimens on that red high chamber. Those will each count for 10, as here comes a 5th one. 25 seconds to go. It is 132-51 for the blue alliance. Robots are potentially trying to make their climb. A little bit of entanglement with a red specimen from Smelt, but as they make their way to extend their arm to get on the climb, they're up in the air for a level 2 climb, but on the high rung. Here's quality control. They're looking to do the same on the low rung. Are they off the ground? I'm standing up so I can't see. Your referees will determine if quality control is off the ground, tally up those climb scores, and we'll have those match results. Alright, alright, the scores have been tallied. Here's the yellow sample with those match results. Blue Alliance victory! 204 to 76. That is the current event high score. Quality Control will be moving up to first, as well as Rise to Spark moving up to second in the league rankings. They take home those 2 ranking points, and that puts them up in the league rankings. Alright, that's it for qualification match number 5. We'll have robots loaded in qualification match number 6 coming onto the field. All right, welcome to qualification match number 6. That is the end of your 5-minute timeout, and let's begin by introducing your teams. Starting on red again, we have 111-38 Robo Eclipse. And they're joined by their alliance partners, Welcome Back 21-29 Quality Control. Now, across from all of them is the Blue Alliance, starting with 18693 4H Botsmith. And they're joined by 7759 Autonomous Prime. All right, the referee has given the thumbs up. So, drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! All 4 robots in motion immediately as we see quality control with their signature red specimen on the high red chamber for 10. And we're seeing their alliance partners, Robo Eclipse, looking to score samples into their red high basket. One earlier went in, and an imaginary one also went in. Unfortunately, only the real ones will count as we close off the final 5 seconds of this autonomous with a parked robot in the blue observation zone, as well as one sample on the blue net.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Scores as we come out of the autonomous period is 82-7 for the Red Alliance. To begin this 2-minute driver control period, Robo Eclipse, they're looking to continue scoring samples into their red high basket. That one falls back as they try again, and here's that tap. That one successfully goes in well for 8. On the blue line side of the field, there is Botsmith. They're looking to collect those neutral alliance samples, and they're looking to score into the red basket. Quality control currently against the field perimeter wall. They're trying to get unstuck, and we'll hopefully see them get out of there. As it currently stands, it is 124-15 for the Red Alliance, and there's quality control out of the field perimeter to go back to driving and scoring. Their alliance partner, Robo Eclipse, continuing to score neutral samples, collecting them this time from the submersible zone now, and that red high basket is starting to fill up of 8-point neutral samples. As it stands, it's 158-15 for the Red Alliance with 50 seconds to go. Red Alliance robots looking hungry for samples in the submersible region at the middle of the field. Blue Alliance robot Botsmith continuing, once again, they're continuing to score samples into the blue high basket, but that one falls out and not in the net zone. As they currently have one in the blue net zone, that one counts for 2. Train whistle sounds and teams are beginning to think about the climb. The Red Alliance already has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red specimens on the high red chamber. I didn't see that. Those each count for 10. There is a red specimen at the red observation zone. Here's quality control to pick that up with 10 seconds to go. Will they be able to score that flawlessly? They scored flawlessly with 5 seconds to go. Can any of the Red Alliance robots get on the climb? Here's quality control. They are contacting the low rung. Can't tell if they're quite off the ground. Your referees will have to make that determination. And we'll have those scores tallied up and on the screen. Hey, those scores are ready to be published. Here's the yellow sample with those match results. It goes to the Red Alliance for 219 to 22 for the Red Alliance. Those numbers kind of look like quality control as they maintain their first ranking in the league, as well as their alliance partner. Their alliance partner is Robo Eclipse, moving up to 5th with those 2 ranking points. All right, so we're not yet starting qualification match number 7 because we have a team playing back-to-back matches, and per T207, there is a 5-minute timeout as that back-to-back team will be working in the pits on their robot. So we are currently in a 5-minute timeout per T207. And that is your 5-minute timeout. So with qualification match number 7 ready to go with all 4 robots onto the field, let's introduce your teams. And once again, we're going to start on the Red Alliance. We have 22-152 Smelt. And they're joined by their alliance partners, 23-305 Creative Minds. As we switch our attention to the blue side of the field, we have 9330 Neobots 1. And they're joined by their alliance partners, 11138 Welcome Back Robo Eclipse. All right, we're ready to begin qualification match number 7, and it will begin in 3, 2, 1, go! Once again, all 4 robots, all in motion, and Smelt going right into the corner of their observation zone to park for 3. As their alliance partners, they're looking to find some samples to score, and they're going to make their way to push those neutral samples on the red side of the field into their net zone for 2 points each. On the blue line side of the field, we have Neobots 1 parked in their observation zone, where their alliance partners, Robo Eclipse, have scored 3 neutral samples into their blue high basket, each for 8.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2-minute driver control period. Maybe a little bit of movement during that transition, but we're going to focus on how there is 1 minute and 50 go in driver control. Robo Eclipse continuing their scoring efforts of looking for samples from the submersible at the center of the field to score into their blue high basket, all for 8 points. As they lift up their mechanism to drop those samples, it will flow down into the blue high basket. Creative Minds, they are collecting those red samples courtesy of their human player, as their human player will continue to make specimens out of those samples, thinking of how worthy these can be used to score points. As Creative Minds look to score that red specimen on the high red chamber, it's taking a little bit of time. Their alliance partner, Smelt, looking for red samples from the center of the field. That is in their bot, and that is going to incapacitate them from obtaining any further samples. As they try to get that out, just some back and forth movement will get that out as they look to intake that for farther scoring. Robo Eclipse continuing those cycles of scoring yellow samples into the blue high basket. Again, those each count for 8, and their alliance partners Neobots 1 with a blue sample into their blue net zone for 2. With 35 seconds to go, it is a 102-38 for the Blue Alliance as we hear that train whistle sound. Teams trying to make their final scoring efforts. The Red Lions continuing. We have 1 at the observation zone. That is Creative Minds. They're trying to get that red specimen for their final scoring effort. They have 1 red specimen on the high red chamber, looking to get a second one. And their alliance partner Smelt trying to get on that red high rung for potentially a climb. They're off the ground. And the Blue Alliance, we have a plexiglass on the field with 3 seconds go as time expires. Referees will have to discuss the happenings and results of that match, and we'll have those scores tallied up. All right, your referees have been intensely discussing the results of that match, and they're in this yellow sample. That one goes to the Blue Alliance. 134 to 49 for the Blue Alliance. 93-30 will be moving up to second in the league rankings with those 2 ranking points. The robots loaded up for match number 8 have been waiting patiently for this match to begin, so I got to get through those as your head referee has to do the question box. So starting on the red lines, we have 18693 4H Botsmith. Joined by their alliance partners, it's 25531 Lo-Fi. On the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have 18282 Wires to Spark. And finally, they're also joined by 13648 Jankbot.
Alright, everyone initialized, ready to go?
All right, we've been all waiting for this moment to begin. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 1, 2 robots in motion from the Red Alliance as they crawl their way into the red observation zone, and those will each count for 3 points. Again, each match begins with 30 seconds of pre-programmed instructions consisted of pre-programmed paths, pre-programmed motors, any camera vision, and AI. With 10 seconds to go, that will conclude your autonomous period. Normally we would have music, but
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
and now we begin your 2 minutes of driver control period. We're going to see a lot of things happen here. Notably, we already have a yellow sample in the blue high basket for 8 points. That is from 18282 Wires to Spark. Right in front of me is 4H Botsmith. Their arm is all the way extended. We're not at the end game yet to climb, but we're not sure what's going on over there. Their alliance partners, 25531 Lo-Fi, looking for something to collect. They're collecting a red sample. They're going to make their way to give it to their human player, not the human player. They're going to make their way to the baskets and score that into the low basket. That will count for 6. Again, of baskets, we have Wires to Spark. They scored. That's a total of four neutral samples in their blue high basket. That all counts for 8 points. And their alliance partners pushing blue samples for their alliance partners to score samples in the blue basket. 1 minute to go. It is 40-26 for the Blue Alliance. Anything can happen in these final minutes of the match. Red robot with a red sample looking to collect that and put that up on the basket with 45 seconds to go. I see tape on the field in front of me, and your field reset team will have to address that later. With 35 seconds to go in this match, teams are making their final scoring efforts of those samples to their baskets. No specimens on the chambers. It's all in the baskets. We have 25 seconds to go. Teams are beginning to think about climbing. Already on the climb is Lo-Fi with that level 2 ascent as drivers continue to do the thing they do, drive the robots. Blue Alliance continuing to score. That's Wires to Spark with another neutral sample into the blue high basket for 8 points each. And their alliance partners, Jankbot, parked in the observation zone, as well as for the Red Alliance Botsmith. That is the match time as we settle out after the buzzer to have those scores tallied up. This yellow sample has the results of that last match. being analyzed right now. Blue Alliance will take that match. An 83 to 56 for the Blue Alliance. They'll take on those 2 ranking points. Wires to Spark moving up to 2nd in the league rankings, as well as Jinkbot moving up to 8th. Notably on the Red Alliance, they will also see a movement up in the rankings. Botsmith moving up to 9th. All right, on my tablet, I see 4 minutes and 35 seconds to go until the end of the timeout. So we're on timeout. Qualification match number 9 will be starting soon. All 4 robots are loaded onto the field. So let's begin by introduction of your teams. Starting on the red alliance, this is quals 9. All right. Starting on the red lines, we have 25-531 Lo-Fi. And they're joined by their alliance partners. Now on the field is 7760 Mishap. Over on the blue side of the field, we have 22-152 It's Smelt. And finally, looking to take this, it's 21-229 Quality Control. All right, we're ready to begin this match. All right, so drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 22-152 making their way to the corner of the blue observation zone, whereas their alliance partners, Quality Control, looking to score neutral samples into their high blue basket, each for 8 points, and earlier at the beginning they scored a blue specimen onto their blue high rung. Red line's no longer in motion. They have a parked robot in their observation zone. So as does the blue lines. Those will each count for 3. As Quality Control completes their autonomous routine.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
To begin the 2-minute driver control period. Already we have a little bit of contact on the blue side of the field. Robots are looking for samples to collect. 760 looking on the blue side of the field. They might be doing a defensive strategy here, but we'll have to see as the match progresses on, as already we're seeing a lot of contact. Their red line's partner, Lo-Fi, they are scoring samples into their low red basket. Those will each count for 4 points. And they're going to continue collecting from their spike mark to score those samples out before they move to the submersible. Smelt looking for those blue samples to collect for their human player to convert into a specimen, as they already have two blue specimens on the high blue rung. Mishap playing intensive defense one-on-one against Quality Control over here at the blue side of the field.
Stop being kids. Stop yelling that. You can move backwards. Pinning is you have no movement. We'll talk in the question box if you continue to have these questions.
50 seconds ago, it is an 81-30 lead for the Blue Alliance, with the Smelt pushing those blue samples over to the observation zone. They're going to come over to the blue high rung and potentially score. Here's the attempt. That one is in for 10 points. 33 seconds go. Here's the train whistle. Rod's trying to make their final scoring efforts. Mishap continuing their defense. Their alliance partner Lo-Fi continuing to score. Sample to that low red basket. That sample kind of falls out of the field with 15 to go. It is 117-38 for the Blue Alliance. Robots trying to get on the climb. Here's Smelt on the high rung for the level 2 climb, as well as both of the red robots for that level 2 climb on the low rung. And every robot will be almost off the ground. Your referees will have a lot to discuss about for that last match, as well as which robots get the climb points. Please stand by for those results. Okay. All right, your referees have tallied up those scores with a lot of things to discuss. Here's the yellow sample with those match results. It goes to the Blue Alliance. 186 to 68 for the Red Alliance as they take home those 2 ranking points to contribute to those league rankings. Per game manual T07, T207, we're going to go on another 5-minute timeout because we have a team playing back-to-back matches. So use this time to think about how you got here and what you want to do 10 years in the future. We have 4 robots loaded onto the field for qualification match number 10. We are now back from that 5-minute timeout. I asked everyone to think what they want to do 10 years in the future, but we're an hour behind and we need to get going. So let's start by introducing your rope teams on the Red Alliance. Starting with 111-38 is Robo Eclipse. And they're joined by their alliance partners, 13-648, Jankbot. Over on the blue side of the field, we have 233-05, it's Creative Minds. And finally, welcome back 7760, Mishap. All right, we're ready to begin match number 10. Drivers, get ready in 3, 2, 1, go! Once again, we see Mishap in the corner of the blue observation zone. That will count as a park point for 3 points. As their alliance partners, they look to have scored a blue specimen on the low blue chamber, but falls short as it's right in front there. On the red lines, there's Robo Eclipse. They're scoring 1, 2, 3, and they're probably going to soon do 4 with that onto the red high basket with the end of autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
A little bit of movement there, but we're going to continue with driver control period as it begins right now. Creative Minds looking for samples to collect from the submersible in the middle of the field. They're looking for the submersible, so does the Red Alliance robot, Robo Eclipse. Robo Eclipse once again going to continue those red high basket cycles, as well as collecting those red samples from the spike marks from earlier in the autonomous period. 1 minute 30, we have 98-15 for the Red Alliance. Mishap looking to score samples to the blue high basket, not quite. As 23-305 makes their way to the blue basket to score in the low blue basket. That one goes in for 4. We might be seeing a defensive strategy here from 13-648 Jankbot as they are going one-on-one against the Blue Alliance robots, trying to slow down their scoring cycles. And it appears to work as the Red Alliance currently has 130 on top of Blue's 21. With 53 seconds to go, we have continued scoring efforts from all robots. Once again, Robo Eclipse continuing those red high basket cycles. There are 12 samples in the red high basket. Those each count for 8 points. With 35 seconds go, we're going to hear the train whistle very soon. As that train whistle sounds, teams are thinking about trying to get on the climb at this point. Not sure if we're seeing any malfunctions here, but one of the Red Alliance robots are still looking for samples to score for. As the timer counts down with 12 seconds to go, they're still looking for the samples to score. Blue Alliance thinking about getting on the climb. Both of them thinking about getting on the climb. Robo Eclipse looking to make that final scoring effort with that sample to the red high basket. And that will be the match time right there. The referees are going to do a little bit discussions about the happenings of that last match, and we'll have those scores tallied up. Referees have discussed those scores, and here's Gail Sample with those match results. Red Lions takes that match, 152 to 29, and the Red Lions will take home those 2 ranking points. Robo Eclipse moving up to 3rd in the league rankings, as well as Jankbots moving up to 5th. All right, let's get these robots loaded up for qualification match number 11, and we'll begin introduction soon. Let's have.
Yeah, I need a member of that alliance in the question box. Yeah. You want to have Kevin or you do that? And I'm going to.
All right. Yada yada bingo boingo. All robots are loaded up for match number 11. And let's begin your introductions. Yes, this is 11. Starting on the red lines, we have 7759 Autonomous Prime. And they're joined by their alliance partners, 9330 Neobots 1. Over on the blue side of the field, we have 18693 4H Botsmith. And finally, we have 18282 Wires 2 Spark. All right, qualification match number 11 is ready to begin without any background music. We're going to get this match started in 3, 2, 1, go! And that's as much background music as we're going to get to begin this qualification match of 25 seconds to go of autonomous period of 30 seconds of pre-programmed robot instructions. Already over there we have Autonomous Prime with a sample that almost got into the red high basket, but it falls into the net zone. It still counts for 2. As well, over on the blue observation zone, there is Botsmith parked in their observation zone, as does Neobots 1, each for 3.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of driver control now begins. Autonomous Prime, not in motion. Having a little bit of trouble getting started, but we're going to see them in motion eventually. There it is. Their alliance partners, Neobots 1, looking to do something at the time, but eventually all robots will be hungry for notes. Botsmith with a sample, and that goes into the blue high basket as well as another one. And here comes Wires 2 Spark with another neutral sample, and that goes into the blue high basket. Those each count for 3 points. On the opposite side, there's Neobots 1. They have a sample. They're looking to score in the red high basket. It's taking a little bit of time, and hopefully it'll go into the red high basket. With 1 minute and 13 to go, it stands. It is 35 to 17 for the Blue Alliance. Robots near their alliance-specific zones. Neobots not able to score that sample into the red high basket, and they probably might be having to change strategies here. Their alliance partners, Autonomous Prime, already with 2 red specimens on the red high chamber. Those each count for 10 points. And we're seeing a third one coming in, and that will go in eventually. Blue Alliance side of the field, we have Neobots 1. They are in position. They're facing the Blue Alliance robots, possibly getting ready to play one-on-one defense here. There's the contact between the two robots on opposite alliances and making their way all into the blue net zone. End game whistle has sound, 59 to 39 for the Blue Alliance. Neobots having to, with a white piece on the field, and we'll have them pick that up later at the end of the match. No robots on the climb yet with 10 seconds to go. 67 to 39 for blue. As both of the red lines robots are looking to climb. Wires to Spark looking for another sample. 2 seconds to go. One robot on the climb. That is a 7759 Autonomous Prime. And we'll have your referees deal with everything that happened that match and tally up those scores. All right, the referees have discussed that match, and here's Yale Sample with those match results. It's a Blue Alliance victory! 70 to 57 for the Blue Alliance. A clean match right there, as we see Botsmith moving up in the league rankings up to 10th. Per FTC game manual T207, we're going to have another 5-minute timeout for a robot playing back-to-back matches. So use this 5 minutes to discuss what you want to do in 15 years. And welcome back from your 5-minute break. I asked if you thought about what you want to do in 15 years, but we're an hour behind, so we got to introduce your teams for qualification match number 12. All right? All right. So let's start with your teams on the Red Alliance, starting with 21229. That's Quality Control. And they're joined by their alliance partners, 25531 Lo-Fi. Over on the blue line side of the field, we have 18282 Wires to Spark. And finally, we have 9330 Neobots 1. All right, we're ready to begin qualification match number 12. So drivers, your big match begins not yet. All right, so now qualification match 12 is ready to begin. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! Right on the 1, we have Quality Control doing their signature red specimen on the high red rung for 10, as well as every robot we have We have Lo-Fi parked into the red observation zone. 9330 Neobots 1 looking to have scored a neutral sample into their blue high basket. It goes down into the blue net zone. It will still count for 2 points. With 7 seconds go in this autonomous period, quality control making their final scoring efforts to get neutral samples into the red high basket as they will get that level 1 asset to end the autonomous.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 minutes of driver control. Three neutral samples in the blue net zone. Those each count for 2. As we also see now, Wires to Spark have scored a neutral sample into their blue high basket. And upon doing so, they're looking for more of those neutral samples in the submersible zone at the middle of the field. Quality control is going to continue finding those neutral samples from the submersible and everywhere they can find on the field to score in the red high basket. Those count for 8. Whereas Spark doing the same thing. They're looking to score more into blue high basket. Here it comes. Their arm is extended. They're going to drop that sample into the blue high basket. It counts for 8. 9330 Neobots 1. They're playing one-on-one defense against quality control, looking to slow down their scoring efforts. It's working a little bit as 3 seconds is lost on scoring time from the defense of Neobots 1. Lo-Fi, they have a red sample. They're looking to push that sample all the way to their observation zone for inspection by their human player to convert into a red specimen for scoring on their chamber. Wires Sport continuing their basket cycles. Here's another neutral sample into their blue high basket. It counts for 8, as well as they're gonna keep finding more samples to score. With 35 seconds to go, it stands 92-60 for the Red Alliance. Train whistle. Quality control trying to find more samples from the submersible zone. So does Wires 2 Spark. Lo-Fi continuing to push samples into their observation zone. Neobots 1 continuing to play one-on-one defense against quality control. But with 13 seconds to go, robots are going to begin thinking about trying to get on the climb. YST Sparks scoring another sample into the blue high basket. 5 seconds go. Which robots will get on the climb? Neobots parking, and that will be match time. We'll have to see what the end result of these tallied up scores will be once the referees will get to them, and we'll have that posted up on the screen. That will be Scores are now ready to be posted on screen. It is inside that yellow sample. It goes to the Red Alliance. 109-86 for the Red Alliance as they take home those 2 ranking points. Quality control holding on to that first league ranking position. And also Lo-Fi moving up to 3rd in the league rankings. At some point, we'll have these robots loaded off to the field so we can have the teams ready for match number 13 loaded up to the field. I think we have all 4 robots loaded up for qualification match 13. So let's see who these teams are. Starting on the Red Alliance, we have Red 1, we have 22-152, it's Smelt. They're joined by on Red 2, it's 7760, Mishap. Over on the blue side of the field, we have 23305, Creative Minds. And finally, we have 18693, 4H Botsmith. All right, we're ready to begin this qualification match number 13, for which we're an hour behind for. So let's get started very now. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 22-152 doing their signature go over to the red observation zone in the corner and park right there for 3. So does 18693 Botsmith, parking their blue observation zone, will also be there for 3. The only moving robot on the field is currently Creative Minds, pushing their yellow samples over to the blue net, and those will each count for 2, whereas 1 is currently outside. With 3 seconds to go, that will conclude the autonomous period.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Drivers now in the controls, and now we're going to see a whole lot of samples being scored. Smelt with a red specimen on that red high chamber, that counts for 10, as we see also on the blue baskets, Botsmith with a sample onto that blue high basket for 8, as they look to find some more samples to eat up in the submersible zone of the field to score in their baskets for later. Smelt with another red specimen onto that red high chamber, that counts for 10, and their alliance partners Mishap with samples onto that red high basket, that counts for 8. 1:20 to go in this match. We have 33-27 for the Red Alliance. Smelt once again scoring another red specimen onto the red high chamber. It counts for 10. Robots still looking for samples to score from. They're all in the submersible zone, though some on the opposite side of me. There's 4 samples still on their spike notes ready to be intaken immediately. 55 seconds ago, we have 43-29 for the Red Alliance. Smelt once again doing those red specimens onto that red high chamber. So does on the opposite side of the field is the blue robot. I believe it's Botsmith with a blue specimen on that blue high chamber. It will count for 10. It's locked and loaded, and it scores. That wasn't Botsmith with Creative Minds, but great job on that specimen score. As the train whistle sounds, we have 30 seconds to go. Teams are going to begin to think about, when do I climb and will I climb? Smelt looking to get on the climb, so does Botsmith, and they're going to try to get on the climb. 1 on the high rung from Smelt with the level 2 climb, so does their alliance partners Mishap on the level 2 climb from the low rung. Here is Botsmith on the level 2 climb, almost above the low rung. We have not seen a level 3 climb yet. And your referees will tally up those climb scores and see what will we have. This yellow sample contains the result of that last match. Red Lions takes home those 2 ranking points. As Mishap and Smelt will take home those 2 ranking points. They each move up into the league rankings. Smelt moving up to 6th and Mishap moving up to 8th with those 2 ranking points. That does it for Quals 13, and we'll be back with qualification match number 14. We're on qualification match number 14 and 4 robots on the field. So that means we are ready to introduce those teams. Alright, so let's introduce our teams, starting on the Red Alliance. We have 7759 Autonomous Prime. And they're joined by 11138, it's Robo Eclipse. Over on the blue line side of the field, we have 13648, it's Jankbot. And they're joined by 25531, it's Lo-Fi. Alright, well, it wouldn't be a first event if we're not an hour behind, but so that's why we got to get started very quickly. Alright, for qualification match number 14, driver, your matches begin in 3, 2, 1, go! And Robo Eclipse with that signature, put that sample into the red basket, just drop it and slide it in there. That will count for 8 as they do it again. There it is, slide it and drop it. With 2 robots in their respective observation zone, we have 7759 and Lo-Fi in their respective observation zones. Those perk points will count to 3, and Robo Eclipse will touch that low rung for
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
2 more minutes of driver control once again, as we see one of the blue robots, that's Jankbot, pushing samples to their alliance partners for scoring into their blue basket. Lo-Fi scoring samples to their low basket. Those will each count for 4 points. Robo Eclipse continuing those cycles of scoring samples into the red high basket, just picking samples from the submersible zone of the field and going up and then just whoop, lever, and those samples go into the red high basket. Their alliance partners, Autonomous Prime, with a red sample stuck right under the chassis. They're not moving much, so until they can get out, they're going to have that dragging with them. As their alliance partners bump into them, they get unstuck and they're ready to go in full motion. Not much of concern when we have an 86-21 lead for the Red Alliance for them to have a buffer zone. That grows to 94. The first, and we finally see scoring efforts. We finally see red specimens from Autonomous Prime with a red specimen. It goes into the submersible zone almost on the red chamber, but we're going to see another one as there's another red sample specimen ready to collect, and it will soon go in the red chamber. Blue Alliance side on the field, 13-6-4-8, trying to make their way to find some more samples to collect from with 30 seconds to go in this endgame period. Robots will think about getting on the climb and their respective alliance rungs. Jankbot making their way to park in their observation zone, or at least collect a sample, but they're just going to line up and park. Moving around there, there's a... But if you look at the center of the field, we have two robots on the climb, or looking to get on the climb. Already low fight on the level 2 ascent. Both of the red robots, not quite enough time. I'm not sure if that one red bot was on the climb. We'll have your referees decide if it is on the climb or not, and we'll have them tally up those scores. As it stands, it's 136-31 for the Red Alliance. The scores are already up on the screen inside of this yellow sample. That match goes to the Red Alliance. 154-34 for the Red Alliance. They'll take home those 2 ranking points. Per FTC Game Manual 207, we're on a 5-minute timeout. And once this 5-minute timeout is concluded, teams that are loaded up for match number 15 must come onto the field. So 77-59, 13-6-4-8, 22-152, and 93-30. You have 4 minutes and 30 seconds to come onto the field. 30 seconds left to go in timeout. If you're queued up for match 15, you need to be on the field. All right, this is qualification match number 15, and we have 3 more matches to go. We are almost there for the day for, what's this, Bardeen League Meet number 1. I know where I'm at. All right. So let's get into introducing our teams for qualification match number 15. Let's start with the Red Lions. We have 7759 from Cedar Crest High School in Duval from right here since 2013. It's Autonomous Prime. And they're joined by 13648, also from the same school since 2017. It's Jankbot. Over on the blue line side of the field, for blue 1, we have 22152, also from the same school since 2022. It's Smelt. And finally, it's 9330, sponsored by the Boeing Company from Arlington High School in Arlington since 2014, Neobots 1. All right, so the head ref begins the thumbs up. That means let's begin this match. All right, so let's begin this match. Drivers, your match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! 22-152, once again with their signature go to the corner of the blue observation zone and park there for 3. 7759, that is Autonomous Prime with finally, I believe, it's on both sides of the field actually. We have yellow samples on both high baskets. 1 on blue, 1 on red. Those each count for 8. With 8 seconds to go in this autonomous period. One of the blue robots, that's Neobots, moving those yellow samples over to their blue net
Drivers,
zone.
pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Once again, drivers take the control, and here is a red robot, Jankbot, snatching that yellow sample over to the red side of the field, taking it away from Neobots. Their alliance partner, Autonomous Prime, continuing those cycles of scoring yellow samples into their baskets, and is being shuttled over by Jankbot, giving those samples to their alliance partners for scoring to their red basket. As Autonomous Prime will have 1, 2, 3, here comes the 4th one, and 5 samples to score from for their red basket. And here comes Neobots getting revenge on that robot for stealing their samples. I don't see any samples yet, but they're trying to make their way over and try to take them back as they have to change strategy with a stuck yellow sample inside of their bot. So until they can get that out, they can't score any samples, but they can do defense. On the blue line side, they currently have a 5-point lead with 1 minute to go. There are 2 blue specimens on that blue high chamber. Those will each count for 10. As Smelt will come in with the 3rd one to score, a 3rd blue specimen to score in that blue high chamber. And they're being pushed by Jankbot, who got defended by Neobots, and they're trying to get it back on the blue alliance scoring robot. Defense by both alliances, 1-on-1 on both alliances. We're not seeing any scoring efforts to the defense that we see on the field. The score has been the same 30 seconds ago, and we haven't seen a new score yet from this intense defense. Neobots, Jankbots, both doing intense one-on-one defense. We might finally see a scoring effort from Autonomous Prime with that yellow sample onto that red high basket. We finally see that going. 10 seconds to go. The Red Lions takes back the lead. It is 68 to 47, 70 to 45. With 5 seconds to go, Robots on the high rungs for a level 2 climb. That will be the match time. Everything happened in that match. We'll let the referees discuss what happened in that match, and we'll have the scores tallied up. The match results are now in. Red Lions takes that match 113 to 83. And everything happened that match. We see Autonomous Prime moving up to 2nd in the league rankings, as well as Jankbot moving up to 6th in the league rankings for the Bardeen League and the overall, I believe that's the Tesla Interleague. They take on those 2 ranking points, and that will conclude qualification match number 16. We're going to wait for the qualification match number 16 robots to be loaded onto the field. This is qualification match number 16. The field appears to be reset and all 4 robots are loaded onto the field. So for our penultimate match, let's introduce our teams. Starting on red, we have 23305. They're from Bellevue since 2023. It's Creative Mind. Yay! And they're joined by their alliance partners, 11138, sponsored by the Microsoft Corporation and the Boeing Company. They're from Bellevue since 2016. It's Robo Eclipse. Over on the Blue Alliance, they're looking for another great performance this year. It's 21229, sponsored by Microsoft, Google, Apple, and T-Mobile. They're from Bellevue since 2022. It's Quality Control. And finally, we have their alliance partner, 18693, sponsored by the Boeing Company, Microsoft, Washington State University, and Snohomish County Parks and Recreation. It's 4-H from Snohomish, Washington. Since 2020, it's 4-H Botsmith. Sponsored by... Well, I don't know. Austin did put background music. Where's the background music? Oh, come on. Okay. All right. Finally, we're ready to begin this match. All right. So this is Qual's match 16, and your match starts in 3, 2, 1, go. Penultimate match of this afternoon, as we see basket scorings and more basket scorings, quality control, not able to get that sample onto the blue high basket, but we'll see a lot more once we get to the calibrated period. Robo Eclipse successfully getting their yellow samples to that high red basket, each counting for 8 points. As we close off the final 5 seconds of autonomous period, Red Lions Robots, Creative Minds pushing those samples into the observation zone.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Bell sounds to begin the 2-minute driver control period once again, as we see 18693 and 11138 facing off against each other on who will take that yellow sample. They're still figuring out on who will take that yellow sample, but at one will go to Robo Eclipse to score into the red high basket. It will count for 8. Their Alliance partners, Creative Mind, scoring a red specimen onto that red high chamber. It does not go in. Not able to clip. It will go into the submersible for later pickup potentially. 1 minute and 28 to go. We have a 90-43 lead for the Red Alliance. Quality control. They didn't get the basket in the autonomous period. They do get it in the teleoperated period. We see, I believe that's 2. That's more than 2 in the blue high basket. Creative Minds looking for something to do here. Getting it a little bit in the way of a Blue Alliance robot on the blue side of the field. They're looking to get in the way of quality control, but they're now making their way all the way over to the red side of the field. There's a red specimen that they're ready to pick up, and while their alliance partners, Robo Eclipse, continuing those cycle scorings of scoring samples into the red high basket. 40 seconds ago, we have 108-67 for the Red Alliance. Every robot looking for samples to obtain from the submersible zone of the field. Both of the blue robots trying to get in line to score samples to the blue high basket. Botsmith going in first, and then behind is quality control. Their combined scoring effort totals up to 16 points with those 2 samples. 18 seconds ago in this teleoperated period, not autonomous. Quality control making their final scoring efforts as their alliance partners. Botsmith on the climb, on the level 2 climb with that high rung. So does quality control. They're looking to get onto that level 2 ascent. With 1 second to go, that will be the match time. Your referees will have to decide which robots are on the climb and which are not, and what scores are to be tallied. We'll be back with those scores. This submarine robot has the match results. Yellow sample says it goes to the Red Lions. 154-129. That might be the highest combined score I've seen all day as the Red Lions take home those 2 ranking points. That'll do it for match number 16. We'll wait on what we will do for qualification match number 16. I'm going to go to the front this time and say, hi, everyone. All right, hi, everyone. I'm going to come up here this time because this is our final match of the day. This is qualification match number 17 out of 17. So this is our final match of the day. So we're going to introduce your teams for this final match. So we're going to start on the Red Alliance. We have 18282 from Redmond, Washington since 2020. It's Wires to Spark. And they're joined by their alliance partner, 22152 from this high school in Duval since 2022. It's Smelt. On the Red Alliance side of the field, we have on blue number 1, it's 7760, also from this high school since 2013. It's Mishap. And finally, back again here for qualification match number 17. It's 11138, sponsored by Microsoft Corporation and the Boeing Company from Bellevue, Washington since 2016. It's Robo Eclipse. All right, we're ready to begin the final match of the afternoon. We're all tired, so let's begin qualification match number 17. Drivers, your final match begins in 3, 2, 1, go! Once again, we see Smelt doing that signature go to the corner of the red observation zone and park for 3. So does Mishap going into the corner of the blue observation zone to park for 3. Only robot in motion is Robo Eclipse with 1, now 2 samples into the blue high basket, and they're looking to get that third one into the blue high basket. We will soon conclude the 30 seconds of pre-programmed instructions. With 5 seconds to go, they're going to contact the low blue rung for its 3 points.
Drivers, pick up your controllers. 3, 2, 1.
Ding, ding, ding. And this will be the final 2 minutes of driver control period. There's not going to be any field faults, I promise you. With 1 minute and 50 to go, it is a 59-11 lead for the Blue Alliance. Robots looking to get samples from the submersible in the center of the field. Robo Eclipse trying to find a sample that fits them, a yellow or a blue one. It takes a bit of time because there's just a whole lot of them at the center of the field. Red Alliance robot Wires to Spark scoring a neutral sample to the red high basket. That will count for 8. As well as your alliance partners Smelt looking to push that red sample, now 2, into the red net zone, each for 2 points. Mishap with a blue sample into the blue high basket, counts for 8. They can go back and find some more blue samples to score from. Whereas just Spark and Robo Eclipse all looking for samples from the center of the submersible, scoring samples in each of their baskets, 1 for the red basket and 1 for the blue basket, each of the high basket. And Mishap once again doing the same thing. Here's a blue sample going into the blue high basket, counts for 1. Back in line behind them is Robo Eclipse with another sample behind them. All robots are looking for samples to score from. Mishap looking for that neutral sample near the red net zone, but they're getting in the way of Wires to Spark with a red sample in their arm going into the red high basket. Final 30 seconds of this match as it stands. It is 107-59 for the Blue Alliance as Mishap once again scoring another sample into the blue high basket, as well as another one that goes outside the field right in front of your scoring referee Ben with 12 seconds to go. Robots are thinking about getting on the climb. There's a robot off the ground. It's Smelt on the high rung for what might be a climb with 2 seconds go. That will be match time. We'll see what robots have climbed and are off the ground, and we'll see what points count. Referees will tally up your scores for the last time for the day here at Bardeen League Meet 1. All right, normally we'll have a Formula One car go down the screen, but it is a robot with a yellow sample to deliver your final match scores of the day. Blue Alliance will take home those 2 ranking points, 121 to 95 for the Blue Alliance. Mishap going up to 6 in the league rankings, as well as Robo Eclipse holding on to that 2nd league ranking.
All right. So, next event is in Wood.
That's off. Okay, that's on. All right, so that does it for Bardeen League Meet 1 right here at Cedar Crest. League Meet 2 on the November something.
16th.
It's on the 16th in 2 weeks. We'll be at Woodinville High School. Happens to be on the same day as Lamar. So we will see you in 2 weeks for Bardeen League Meet 2 at Woodinville High School. We'll see you then on the 16th. Yeah, drive home safe, clean up after yourselves, make robots more good. We'll see you then.